Pablo's team is
GC.
named Pablo. It is one of their official names. They're just not running fast yet.
Where are they in the order? Oh, I found him. He hasn't even posted a time.
Yep. Ooh, we got Bila racing in here too. There's another official esports.
Wow. It's Friday, 6 p.m. The new Saturday, 8 a.m.
I'll start racing tomorrow because tomorrow's the broadcast. Unless there's word out there that there's a bunch of like Max and them joining tomorrow.
No Formula One race this weekend.
Maybe there's word there's going to be a crap ton of 10K guys and stuff, so we're all jumping in different splits now. I don't need to
God,
tell
I'm totally going.
realistic number.
Lucky us. Well, given who we're racing with, you're still doing pretty good.
Where I stand.
4 through 17 are separated by less than half a second.
Good me to burn all the time on quality stuff.
I mean, you do what you need to do.
I mean, I'm just asking, are you okay with me burning all the time on quality stuff?
Yeah, go for it. I'll have a parade lap.
I pray every lap.
Did you look and see who I were with, Ricky?
Is it Jack Jeffries?
Better.
Oh.
Kevin DeSnoyers.
Wait, what?
Yeah, take a look at the...
Is he racing with bets?
Take a look and go through the list.
Oh boy.
This may as well be the 8 a.m. slot.
Core Motorsports, is that your league?
Core Racing Network. But it might
Core
be.
Motorsports in here.
I'll look to see who it
You're
is.
smoking me in quality.
I was gonna look before I loaded in what split we were, but I don't even know where to look. Oh yay.
Right at the tippy top.
Hey. You know, when I was saying a little, like, a month or so ago that I'd love to get to, like, you know, top split, I didn't mean, like, right now.
Surprise.
No surprise, you got it, brother. You better be ready.
Did you say large fries?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yeah, I really need to work on an alt account.
I like to call them their Smurfs.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Current SOF on track is 4.4K.
Yeah, it keeps going up. It started 39.90.
Destroyers 4.
With Pablo. They gotta be just in here doing fuel saving stuff or something. I'd be shocked if Pablo's not racing tomorrow.
Yeah,
Pablo's
Pablo's not.
because Kevin already told me he's running with Fiercely Forward.
I think it's just a group of guys that don't make the top 5 slot with Pablo. Well, that's one of his Smurfs is Freddie Schwartz from Luxembourg.
Freddie Schwartz streams.
Mm-hmm.
Top split, is it Juan Pablo?
Actually, Freddie Schwartz, I think that's one of the fiercely forward guys.
I see a lot of names here I recognize.
Yep.
I'll look up his stream here in a bit. I'm pretty sure Freddie Schwartz is one of the fiercely forward guys. Races Porsche Cup. Well.
Speaking of feel safe, I haven't even messed with that.
Yeah,
What do you guys feel
really.
safe?
All you gotta do is just do the yearly lift, and it's not even super important as long as you get to 25 laps. That's all the goal is.
And you don't have to feel safe about laps.
Yeah.
Well, if you have no toe, it's a little harder.
Oh, hell yeah, Hunter Lawrence is in here.
I've seen that guy.
He's back. He's back.
Didn't we race him at Watkins Glen?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was in GTP, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was. Oh, oh.
Why?
The safe side's probably the way to go. It's just, I feel like there's a little bit more into P1, but sketch. Is the car still damaged now?
I don't see it.
Neither do I.
The engine braking holds back better on this hill than I thought it would.
I think guy behind you is on a push.
Constant flow, Jesus Christ. Audi in front?
There is an Audi in P6.
Yep.
Ferrari's P1, followed by 3 BMWs, then the Porsche, Audi, Mustang, Merc.
There's a Lambo.
Yeah. Means the DOP worked. Bit of everything out there. Wow, even a vet.
Yep.
Good here.
With the team name Scuderia. Jesus.
Their other team is driving the BMW, the other Scuderia.
I know that Corvette stole the engine layout from Ferrari, but come on.
Lost blanks of Ferrari engine?
Yeah. There's a good story of Corvette engineers getting a hold of Ferrari during the development of the C8.
I can tell you, like 6'3", 6'4" is all I got in me. So if you think you got more, it's all yours.
100% don't have more. I could maybe equal it. And I've been inconsistent, so.
Can
I
we change
have
your
more,
team
I
name?
just don't know where I
Ooh,
left
that's a
it.
dead Ferrari. What?
I said I have more, I just don't know where I left it. I can't seem to find it, so sorry.
Yeah, I'm not even attempting. Can we change our name to Team Abfart 2?
Yes.
So it can be like the second last place team.
Sure.
Abfart. It's the best name.
What's the goal? Top 55?
Yeah.
Yep.
We could be Team Damn It Adam, why didn't you join us? The second or third split.
Yeah, team, we need a 1.7K.
Team Alex, let me use your account. 415 IR.
Alright. I promise after this one, I will get a D rating on my stream account just to fix this issue. It's the other reason why I did the few officials leading up to this. I hoped they were going to go poorly and knock me down a few hundred.
Not that we want to race in like a 1K lobby, but like, 3.5 would be nice.
Yeah, that's usually where Adam helps put us into.
Yeah. Although sometimes we found, like, historically, like, the third or fourth split can sometimes be more spicy than the second split.
They had it at Watkins. It was me and Harvin raced it, and his I rating was like 600, and there was me and one other guy that were in there that were 2.9, and whatever, I qualified like 1.3 faster than anybody, and people were sending messages and like talking shit, and I'm like, bro, look at what my teammate's I rating is. Don't worry, it'll come back to you. It'll be fine. And then I made it half a stint, or I made it the first stint, and then the second stint, like halfway through, I was like 45 seconds ahead, and a GTP drove through the back of me, out of the race.
That sounds like they put a hit out on you.
Yeah, then he yelled
Sure
at me
does.
for being an idiot and being in the racing line. But
Ooh. That's special.
it's like 0.7K in a GTP. It happens, I guess.
That strength of field, there's some misconceptions of right and wrong.
Yeah. I mean, it could have been, I could have made Gray's highlight reel.
Dude, that might be one of the best of all time. That reminds me, I got
Have you seen Sam Swords from this week at Spa?
No.
There's been some good ones.
Oh my god, Spa's been crazy, man.
There was a car like 10 feet in the air at the top of Eau Rouge, and a dude drove underneath it.
That's awesome.
Oh, man, it was crazy.
Dude, I did that once to Ron. We were at Pocono on the road course, and he was in an Indy car and hit the wall, and I was in a GTE and drove under him. Good luck, Richard.
You can do it.
I smashed his cabin. I said, "Push me."
When he sees you on lap like 8,
That's when we're gonna get lapped. You think 8?
send him a message be like, "Hey man, why aren't you starting from last?"
True. He might.
Just look at the rest.
The pit exit here is so sketchy.
Yeah, it's not even worth trying to hustle it.
Nickerson, they just went there for the 24-hour, him and our buddy Jack. And he's
Right.
like, it's just like that in real life. He's like, the amount of cars that like were sideways coming out of there, like hitting that hole. He's like, it's crazy to watch him hit it.
Yeah, I'd
Let
love
the
to see
jump-
this place.
Who let the drunk guy qualify? He's swerving all over the road.
Anything
guess-
I can get, brother.
Well, Kevin is qualifying.
You'll get something and we'll be happy with it.
I guess that's the only choice you got now, isn't it?
I know.
I
Wow.
realized I put the 24-hour set in.
Jeez. Well, there's at least 7 people out there that are not even attempting it.
Yeah, at least.
4 laps of quali.
Doing what I did right there. I've got about 5 more degrees into tire temp by now. It actually helps quite a bit.
How much fuel did you put in? For how many
Not
laps?
for 2 laps.
There's
It's
4
4.
laps.
Fuck. Are you serious?
Yeah.
You're probably better resetting now and just putting 3 laps, like 3 laps
I
in.
don't think it'll matter, will it?
I think lap 3 and 4 will be way quicker.
iRacing said on this new model, like 4 or 5 should be your fastest lap.
How much fuel do I need?
Like 22 liters. And you could probably get away with like 18. So I don't think you're going to make it 4.
When in doubt, just add a little extra. It's not going to kill you. That was a sweet burnout.
Don't get to keep the heat in the tires from that if you reset it.
I had to reset because of Black Flag. Apparently,
Yeah.
it didn't like my burnout. Alright, well, not much playing with this one. I'll just freaking drive all I got here to get around quick enough.
You have a lot of time. It's a 15-minute session.
You should have about 10 minutes, just under 10 minutes, so you might get all 4 laps still.
You'll get 3 for sure.
Yeah. Maybe no one else noticed in time.
Oh, I'm sure they did. Look at the lobby we're in.
Yeah.
Never know.
All they know how to do is drive, not read.
That's a good point.
I think that's just me, brother.
Hibbs, you posted that link in the Daytona 24 thread.
Yeah.
Sweet. I just saw streaming links that the header is blocked. Delete.
Feels a little bit fat. Valhalla Motorsports is in here. They were in there 6 hour, weren't they?
Yeah. I think that's MP22 Gustavo. Maybe not.
Not dead last. Woohoo!
P15-3 puts you like P15 right now.
Yeah.
20.
I think it's gonna be a
dropping
16-3,
now.
more like a 16-5 or so this run.
You got another one. You'll have 2 more laps. 4, and you got plenty of time to get both laps in still.
I'll try, man. I'll try. We're pretty much at my cap already.
So Kevin did a push lap, then a cooldown lap.
Probably smart. Don't really know how it works. That's probably smart.
Yeah, their quality set's gotta have like no wing. They're like 4/10 faster in the first sector.
I'm just bad, Morgan.
No.
Compared to these guys, I'm just bad. Stay in. Yeah, baby.
Let's see it. How many total entries were there?
6 something or 7. I improved.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hundreds, if that counts.
Yeah, it was good enough for 3 more positions.
Hey, we're tied for P29.
Velocity buddies.
Two tenths get you like 6 positions.
I don't know if I got it, but I'll try, brother.
You got it. You got it.
Much too much. Come on, come back to me. Lost about 0.05 through there or so. Don't overdrive it. Don't overdrive it. Oh, too slow. Oh man, I had it and I lost every bit of it in that last section.
It's all good, man.
Oh, I had to go for it and I lost every bit of it right there. Damn it. I was up 0.2 coming out of Wuhan. I lost 0.1 all the way and then putting the rest of the 0.1 out of freaking chicane there. Overdriving it, trying to keep it.
That's all about survival now.
Oh, God.
Alright, get the setup changed and let's get ready for the race.
Kevin and them got P1, looks like.
Yep, Kevin qualified it.
All right, I went with Realm V2 plus 1 degree of wing.
That's the P1 realm, right?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, in the night we can add or take a wing out of it again if we need to. It's really stable at night, so.
One to go. Next time by. Line up on the left side.
Good job, sir.
Close.
Yep. Good work. Okay, just watch for stupid stuff during the warm-up phase here. People may stuff it.
I'm just going to stay close to the guy ahead. That seemed to discourage a lot in the other sessions.
I had message code said, "Is Pablo running this as a test also?" He just sent back a LOL. He didn't answer. It's like Alex Peregrina is starting them.
Yep.
Damn, now I need to pee.
Well,
All right, every time.
trust me, that feeling happens in the car as well. It just gets way worse when you're belted in and fucking the vibration starts.
I couldn't have put us more mid-pack if I tried.
All right,
Luck
we have
through
friends.
the first straight.
It'll be all good. I'm just trying to survive.
That's what I mean. Good luck through the first straight.
Yeah, I gotta see if we can make it there.
Yep.
Eau Rouge will be fun.
What's your TC at?
8.
Okay.
Oh, I'm already where you're thinking.
Catch that.
That Valhalla paint job is sweet.
Is the spotter calls coming through on Renners as well?
I can't hear him.
Yeah, I just noticed his light was his voice was lit up as all the spotter stuff was coming through.
Oh yeah, no, you're going to hear it echo through his headset. Whenever it comes to the crew chief and stuff.
Speaking of spotter, make sure that the pit stop's ready to go in case the worst does happen.
Okay, I'll do that.
Honestly, don't know what's the best to even watch this from.
Let's see if everyone agrees with what straight it's supposed to start on. Leaders haven't gone yet. Leaders still haven't gone. So it looks like they're waiting for the proper straight. Still hasn't gone. Looks like they might be rolling now. Nope, they haven't. Yeah. Everyone's rolling ahead.
Am I clear to the right?
Right, you're clear. Slow.
Big
Check up,
road,
check
big
up,
road.
check up, check up, check up, check up. Okay, you're clear mostly.
I got clear ahead at the moment.
Just watch for the snap sitting here.
That portion's a little bit slow on the way up.
And just be wary of when the snaps are here. Car outside looking, not there yet. Inside. He's backed out. Car ahead with slow down on the left. That was close.
Yep. That time second gear was not my friend.
He's going.
There.
I get a little tap on the way in.
Yeah, it was a little bit of you moving to the right. Not by much, like a millimeter. He didn't give you any room.
All good. No damage.
Look at that car going on doing that too.
Fighting this understeer, but it's coming to me.
Yeah, one guess who that was. It's Kevin's team.
Fight back and forth up top.
What happened to him?
Just
Fighting.
yeah, Kevin's team back to the lead with fastest lap.
Nice. This guy must have a slowdown.
Yep. Car behind us too.
So just block it. Alright.
Still has it. Still has it. Still definitely has it. It's gone now.
That's the next game shot, Ricky.
Well, something happened to that guy.
Go see what happened. Must have been something happened at home or hardware or something. Just slowed down and pretty much stopped.
Alright, I'm just gonna go make my dinner. I'll be back in a little bit.
Sounds good. I'll keep hanging out here in no man's land.
Best of luck with that.
Say just a touch. About 2 lap. Or any left. Not really necessary. You can run however you want, but about 0.2 away from getting the next lap.
Got it.
This goes lap traffic, by the way. They're manageable now.
Oh yeah. Need these guys ahead to fight a little harder so I can get back in that pack.
Yeah, they're just in a draft train at the moment.
Yeah, but we're not in.
I reckon shake some stuff up.
I am in the draft.
I wonder why all these guys are following each other like it's a long race.
Weird, right?
Just going for it.
Excellent.
I was trying to follow.
And there's
That's
the
why I
draft.
thought it was out.
Poison.
Yep. Yeah, I just did that. It's tight. Let's go there. You want me to watch you or watch ahead just in case there's anything up ahead?
Either one, doesn't matter.
I'm up here like middle of the group ahead, like P20. Maybe we can get some fireworks.
Heck yeah.
Teammates up there.
This windshield is dirty as shit now.
hate when you're spectating and there's a big spot like on the windshield, but like you cleaned it, but when you're spectating, like you don't see that they cleaned it, so you're just watching them drive with this like bug splatter.
Yep. I do have a giant bug in my direct line of sight too.
Guessing you don't have a wiper button, it's just the auto.
Funny enough, usually I do. But I ran out of buttons on this BMW wheel and I wanted a max fuel 4 tire button. Curses of VR.
He's through. The Merc and the Porsche ahead were getting a little spicy.
Yeah, I was watching that. Honestly, I was watching it a little too closely. I almost lost it going in there. So well, dropping the pack heat. They had to do that.
like from P8, like back to you is all on the start, like on the finish straight at the same time still.
Jeez.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Keeping it out of the pits is going to be key.
Yeah.
Oh! Yeah, throw dirt at the guy behind you. Nice strat. You didn't go high though. Didn't work out. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure that second gear there out.
Going at it. Watch 2 cars ahead. He's in his bumper. They're clear. Grab my food from the front door real quick.
Oh, you're good.
wild up here.
Uh-huh. Somebody's fighting way too hard for their position.
Just hopefully the BMW doesn't get impatient.
So far, he's been pretty good. As we were a moment ago in a 24-hour race. Like it's, I think if it's a sprint, but ugh.
Yeah, we are the top dark speed team.
Forgot about the dog. And then start laying them on.
Just put the food down for the puppy, too.
What's the puppy doing?
Wild.
That's how they be.
Wife locked her out of the bedroom because she keeps attacking the old dogs by just playing with them. And they were like, yeah, we need a break. And she dug a hole in the carpet.
Oh my god.
Oh boy. Never mind. When you get separated, it's time for the cage.
A crate train. He doesn't use it anymore.
That's what we did.
Man, I
Crew
did that
chief's
quick.
working out. I think my crew chief is bugged out. It just said they did a 16-1.
Maybe.
They did.
Jim's incensed. It's like, get around him already.
He can be a dick sometimes, but it's exactly what you need sometimes. You know what, Jim? I know there's a lot of points on the table today. Thanks for reminding me.
These guys would just get on the same page, we'd be another 15 seconds up the road.
Yeah, there was a good gap, like 3-4 seconds behind the BMW behind us, and that's like just slowly closed up because like every now and then it's like a high 218 because the guys in front decide to go too wide for a couple rows. And it doesn't seem like any of them are actually faster than the other one.
Nope.
Like no one makes a pass and then like gets away. They just keep taking turns.
It's tough to spot.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much got to send the person in front of you or the guy behind you's going to send you.
I think the first outlap might be
Rough.
one of the most critical points. Just how many of these guys that are like impatient right now get impatient on the outlap and forget how terrible the car is. Knowing they're 5K, it's wishful thinking.
I saw him 2.7K out there.
Yeah. It's right ahead of us. We're at 15.9 now. Gonna be close, but I think if you get an extra lap, a lap over these guys, You probably jump all of them on the pit stop. Just hit 3.1 right now. 3.0 right now, so 4.9 liters left. Problem is, even if you have 3.0 like right now at 12.7 liters, you have to get all the way around and then down the hill.
See what it looks like this lap.
Low fuel with that one.
That sucked for the dude that got taken out.
Pushed.
It was the Porsche at the front of the group, the black Porsche, it was him. The blue McLaren like hopped out of the draft and the Porsche ran into the McLaren and knocked him into the other guy, hit the brake zone.
So you sure we want to be in front of these guys?
Depends on how far in front.
Details.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to pit this lap though.
Okay.
You had like 8 liter, like 7.8 passing the pit stall. It was like right at 2.0 crossing the line, but waited till you came around the last turn coming down the hill. You got him, Rich.
I mean, I'm watching from the YouTube. So, yeah, kind of.
I'm gonna make sure the pit stop's like set up and everything.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not logged in.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
Alright, pitting this lap.
Yep. So tempting. You're at 5.5 liters right now. How much did you? Yeah.
I'm at 4.8, 4.6.
Yeah. I would say the iRacing fuel calc like drops so much that it's so hard to tell.
risk that one, especially not on the first stint.
Oh, I can see again.
Yeah, I made sure to check that windshield tear off for you. Before track's clear.
I took an extra second, but I mapped that windshield wiper.
The next car just came out of turn 1, so. Almost got this guy in the pits anyways.
Yeah, had I not taken that extra second.
Unless you want to be ahead. That turn at the end of the straight is so scary. First lap out. First pit lane.
Yeah, overcut here is pretty powerful, so I doubt we're going to be ahead of those guys.
No, probably not. It's just the, like, whatever your first lap back out is probably like 222, 223, so like somewhere in there. Maybe not that bad, like 222. And then, let's see. Their
Unless
end
the
lap
clock-
is like a 17, but then you'll gain so much.
Yeah, unless they were fighting hard.
Bunch of guys in the pit lane.
There they are right there.
You're gonna get the BMW. There's yellow flags. I can't see it.
Which McLaren am I racing?
The second one, not this first one, but the.
Damn.
In both of them. These are the guys that were just behind. Oh my god. And there goes the bumper. And the bumper's back on.
Says no damage.
Yeah, it's good. When you first clipped them, the whole front bumper ripped off, but then it came back.
Oh, I hit him hard.
Really?
Oh yeah.
He lost it, and then it looked like you were just gonna go around him, and it like looked like you barely touched him, and then there went the bumper, and now the bumper respawned.
Yeah, that touch was hard. Jesus Christ.
So they were on extend 1.5x on the first lap.
I got a 1x? I didn't even touch him.
Got a 1x because you went off track and
Oh, duh.
launch one.
Well worth it.
You have
Yeah.
2 people spin in front of you.
Yeah.
I've had
Tag
2
the
deaths within a meter.
Love that.
I was not the cause of any of them. That's all that matters to me. I may have made one worse than it could have been.
Details.
It's on an outlet. The BMW ahead is the one that you were battling.
Got it.
They're on an outlap right now. So you should be able to get by them. And there's 2 Porsches just ahead of that that are also on outlaps.
They just don't want me to catch this McLaren.
Probably catch the Porsche next. He's still struggling on the outlap.
Yeah, he'll be good here in like 5 turns. Unless he gets taken out.
Covered it nice, but it was close.
I thought the McLaren was about to turn him.
We gain that many positions through every pit cycle, then we win the race.
That's what I'm talking about. Too much aggression.
dude at the. Oh, never mind. It's the guy in the pits. I was like, the dude in front of this. He's 44th place. Guy at the front of this pack is on an outlap. And he's laps down right now, so careful. You're clear.
It worked out. Okay. So if we maintain the status quo, I will definitely hit that fuel target.
Along the track. Just trying to get a little heat in the tires.
He is going so slow. He's doing it intentionally. first of the right-handers, are you taking it in second or third?
I'm taking it third. Like with the tire model and just everything now, like anywhere that I can get away with kind of lugging it, like if it's like it's just as good either way, I always take the gear higher.
Good to know.
Kevin's in the car now.
I'm gonna message him and see if he'll give us a tow.
Right.
I need it.
Right on the right
Push
side.
me.
Is that a lap
Pay
car?
attention.
Or was that for position?
Position. It was in the group that was right in front of us. Wasn't position. He was a lap down just driving in that group for a while. It appears. He's P38.
Wow, that guy from behind came out of nowhere.
$6.8K. I don't know if that's the same Mustang or not. That wasn't Mustang. Color of the Mustang was running over the top four for a while.
If it's the car I thought I saw, he was like 2 seconds behind me a couple laps ago.
There's like two of them. There's two of the Vermilion esports teams. Yeah, this guy, he must have been up front. They had their pit stop at lap 25, and then their next lap was a 4:13.
Another issue.
Right now.
Yeah, I'm not fighting it.
Mike can follow him through.
There's the tow.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Figured I'd get a big fuel save and then we'll see what happens.
If I need to get back in the rig to actually watch or something, desktop computer, just watching the YouTube.
Just on like a 35-second delay.
That's why it goes super quiet whenever he says something or something. Acts like it's going all right.
he's still there on your inside, you're over there like, what the fuck, he's not? What do you mean? Oh. Nothing's worse than like when you get out of the car and then you get a spot for someone on their outlap and they go past a wreck and they're like, he's on the right side, and they're like, yeah, a little late. And you're like, oh shit, I wasn't live, my bad.
Yep.
I swear, there's so many quality of life improvements iRacing can do. They just don't care.
I mean, I would kind of prefer they get the new engine out and then do that kind of stuff. Also true.
Gotta be like one of those things where like it's been like that forever. So they're like, is it really worth our time to like fix, like to change that? Like everyone knows, you just hit the live button. Is it that big of a deal? Like no, it's not.
They
But
think about a lot of stuff,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
yeah.
Still waiting on those GTP hybrid models.
They didn't even want to mention that in the last update, but he got called out.
Yeah, they've been real quiet about it.
I don't blame him, but this Mustang wants through.
Maybe you can make some magic happen for us.
Send it. Nothing special, but it does help. Closing on the 3-man in front too. Putting it on fuel right now. You got 15 laps from right here. It's all good. The Porsche got through the Ferrari also, but
That was too nice. I thought we were gonna stay together. I should have just passed him. I
Six.
have no idea.
It's
So
coming
quick.
down a little bit, but it's 25.6 right now. Eleven and a half laps of fuel left. Mustang is ripping.
For sure. Well, you said it's the guy that was running fourth.
Yeah. One shot.
Feel like everybody's getting closer together.
It's P14 is at the front of this group of cars, but about 3 cars into it is the guy that got taken out. That wreck that we weren't sure if it was for position. He's up there. He's like 7 cars ahead still, but that's 7 cars ahead. But he's about to be right back in that group that took him out, so just a heads up.
I'll be ready.
I feel like it's too early for revenge, but you never know.
Depends if we're racing tomorrow.
But I was gonna say, like, they might be polite about it and do it before the next split starts. Not like iRacing, and they disqualify a team minutes after lockout for the final split, for the final time slot. I still think that's like the funniest part about like Redline getting DQ'd. Is like literally as soon as the registration closed for the final time slot, their cars disappeared.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
Yeah, they're like, not only are we gonna DQ you, you're not gonna race.
Red line would have anyway.
No, but still. You know, it didn't take them 4 hours to make the decision.
Oh no.
That's what he said.
Well, Wishoun, I'm sure you'll have a little bit more sauce for these guys, so should have a couple positions that you can get.
Ricky's getting.
Oh, well, I'm sure Ricky has a little more pace too.
Like I said, I have some. I just gotta see if I can find it.
Just not on the first 2 laps.
No.
Maybe
I just want to
first
keep the car going in the right direction. And then we'll get into it. Yeah, me and him were talking about it. We figured like I do my 2, then Hibbs, then I do my other 2, and then I'm done.
Ah,
And then he has his tomorrow. Well, I say I'm done. And then I got the other team.
fuck that, I forgot to tell you, I'm doing a quad.
Yeah, do it.
It would not be a first time. I thought about asking all you guys if you just wanted to triple step, so I didn't have to get in the car a 3rd time.
Is Petite Le Mans is 10 hours, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I did 8 of the 10, and Betts did 2.5, and I did the rest of it. I did a 4, and then he hopped in the car, and then I drove it to the end,
Nice.
and was battling for P1 with 15 minutes left, and a GTP took me out at the bottom of like the essence.
It's just not fair.
I did it earlier in the day with Martin also, and came down, like, I was flashing this guy for 3 laps. We're leading the race, I'm flashing this guy for 3 laps, like, hey man, can you move, I don't want to be a dick. Finally, we come over the hill before the finish, and he goes wide. He's way on the outside, I get a good drive, I'm up the inside of him. And I leave him plenty of space, I even lift, and he like turns in, bumps me, and then just comes straight back across the track and kills me. And then just started sending me a bunch of messages about I was bullying him and he was gonna get out of my way. I'm like, dude, for 3 laps. I was being nice trying to get you out of the way. You were 57 laps down.
Yikes.
Yeah.
It's always at Petite Le Mans where that crap happens.
That's the first and only person I've ever protested. And iRacing basically said like, yeah, that sucks, like we'll put a warning in, and I'm like, I sent him a thing back about how like, for special events, if you intentionally do stuff like that in special events, you should just get banned from like whatever special events for, you can't do the next one, and then like the next warning, like, or the next time it happens, it's like you get a year that you can't do special events or whatever. Like that should be way more impactful than just a standard official race. You wreck somebody in the official. Yeah. Official, okay, you wreck somebody. Sucks. Queue up for the next one.
Yeah, we had a similar situation. Actually, the last 2 Petite Le Mans where we caught lap traffic and they refused to move. And the one guy started going at it on the radio, and he's like, basically, too bad, so sad. Thankfully, we didn't get taken out, but I did the same thing. I protested him, and was like, listen, this has got to be better for special events.
Let's be real. They won't even copy other games that have like code 60 zones or rolling safety cars.
It would be nice having
The
yellows.
60s.
Easily copy, is it ACC that has the awesome starting?
The code 60s would be cool to have.
To just break up the pace of this.
But imagine that they could set it to where, like, you know, it comes up on your screen just like a slowdown, like it's a code 60, and just like the pit lane, like you have, you know, or just like a slowdown, you have X amount of time, like it ticks down, you have to get to 60 by the time that ticks down. It's always one thing, like,
They can easily add that stuff. They can copy other
Yeah.
games.
that's a couple of the core races that I've done where we've done ovals. They have they do cautions and all that, and I'm like, I almost died doing one because like the caution came out and I like just lifted immediately and I didn't brake or anything. I just lifted and almost got killed. And I'm like, I don't race it enough or race that with them. I didn't know they basically just stay in it until someone falls at the safety cars on the backstretch or something, and then they slow down. But I'm like, that's my worry about like if they did it in officials or in like these races or something like that. Because as soon as like a caution came out, people just not knowing what to do.
I'm thinking it might even be F1 to start at F1, man. Every car, from the start of the grid to the back of it, has a speed
It's like
kind of
limiter.
like a hit speed, a limiter.
Yeah.
But if you go over that, you're getting a red flag or black flag or whatever. And
That's right.
they could easily add that for it's code 60s, man. And it's just they have like a countdown on the screen come up of
Yeah, that's what I mean,
5,
just like-
4, 3, 2, 1, and at the end of 1, you got to be at that speed, you know, or
Yeah,
slower.
that's what I'm saying. Just like the slowdown penalty, like you have to serve it by X time. Like they can implement it just like that, where as soon as it pops up, it's like, hey, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to get to 60 by then.
Just, they don't do anything like that, man. Don't show you any interest. I mean, hell, they've been talking about a new UI for over a year now. Shit, you could pay a college intern to write one in a month. I mean, come on.
Nate would do it.
It's just like, jeez, dude.
The UI that they came out with just seems like something they're like, man, I forgot we promised this.
It
Let's
looks
just
like
change it
shit,
to look like
that's what it
this.
looks
Yeah,
like.
it's still bad. There's like 2 things that they added that are actually like nice.
They could freaking partner with one of the overlay companies and just integrate the overlays in. That's the biggest thing. It needs to be freaking customizable, completely customizable, whatever you want, not what they think you want.
Well, it's like before the crew chief got better. Basically, everyone was like, they should just integrate crew chief as the actual spotter. Yeah, now it's way better.
Yeah.
But 3 years ago, before it was terrible. I do like now though that like if you go to an official session, like you can create a hosted session straight from it.
Yeah, I do like that.
that's one of the things that they added, and like being able to basically test drive from anywhere. Oh my god, that was so close.
I don't think you're in real time.
No, I was talking about the Porsche and the McLaren ahead.
Ah,
Going around that right hander, he sent it and it scraped bumpers. Like as soon as he heard his spotter say, he was like, I'm clear. Sent it. You averaging for fuel?
somewhere between 4.2 and 4.1.
Have a fuel count.
It goes by feel.
He's on VR, so
It's on the dashboard.
Going purely off feel. It's like the car feels light. I think I'm getting close.
I always forget the dash has actual information on it.
Almost 2 hours in. This is still a pretty long train of cars. It's gone out and come back and like stretched a little bit and it's coming back.
Yeah, I gotta reel it back in. Had some weird snaps a couple laps ago.
In these races, that always makes you think twice.
Wow,
Especially-
destroys up our 8-second gap.
Especially whenever it's coming towards like the end of your stint. You're like, I'm just gonna get it to the pit stall. Give it to someone else.
Yep, I just want to be in the draft. I'm back there. I'm happy.
That's right. Got the semifinals for league going. We're good. Chilling.
Just blasting through customs trying to find a freaking antique axe.
I saw stuff like the streamers were all basically complaining like hard on the hardcore way they won. Because I don't think so. Everyone likes it so far that I've seen. Like the streamers, yeah, the transits. They're like, I don't care for the transits, but the problem is there's only 3 maps open. So like all the transits are.
Transits are always set in a way. And I don't know why they didn't have quest day.
That was the thing with the quests. They were all complaining about that, and I was just laughing the whole time. I'm like, these dudes don't know what to do if like they can't like speed run it.
I didn't even name them. Hell, I wouldn't even enjoy that.
Yeah, I'm just saying they're like
There's like nothing to do.
they don't know what to do. They're like, I get that way like late game.
That's all this game has is quests.
This guy's either gonna push you. You got the locals. Yeah, once I finished Kappa, I was like, wait, what do I do? It's at least more entertaining whenever you have no gear, like at the beginning of wipe, because like you can go in and actually try to like kill things to like get gear and like ammo and stuff. Like
Yeah, I ain't
but
got a
when
problem.
you have access to all of that and all the money that you could want in there, it's like you don't even want like to go do that. Like me and Hartman would play, we'd start at ground zero, start with just a pistol and 1 mag, no gear, nothing. and we would just go kill things and transit to every map, and we would do a full loop transiting to every map,
Like,
which
I
was fun.
just- The hardcore rock thing is great. I actually really like it. The problem is the no.
Having to transit and only having like 3 maps.
And the understeer's back.
I like the idea of the hardcore rock, but just a transit thing.
Yeah, like I said, it's on a wipe, so it's when the biggest player base comes back, and now you're making them all transit to 3 maps. Yeah, it's gonna take a few.
Trying to do a quest on another map. Now you're 25 minutes just getting back to that map.
Like I don't mind that.
This game already wasted enough of our time.
Fuel, you're at 2.4 right now, so.
Guess I'm not getting one more out of it.
Good to go.
No, you should. Yeah, you're gonna get an extra.
Morgan's
You're gonna
going
get
to
25.
I mean, I totally could go again, but we don't have to do that.
It's your girl's call.
I don't care either way.
Carry away either way. Don't shit till in the morning.
Yeah, I'm getting mine all out of the way tonight. Whichever way I gotta do them, doesn't matter. I might be picking up some extra ones tomorrow. Martin just texted me and said that his girlfriend's like, I guess like just got pretty sick, so he might be going up to Michigan this weekend. He's gonna let me know in the morning. I'm like, I hate saying let me know by 7 a.m. because I gotta sign us up, but it's like.
Let me know
You
by
think it-
midnight tonight. That's
Yeah.
what I would be saying.
And I was like, if it's iffy, then
Just call it.
then I won't sign you up. And if you end up staying, I would rather like be like, hey, I'm out of the car, or like you can log in online if you want to race. Like, but it would suck.
Campfire is bad.
Yeah.
Mystery YouTube.
But it would suck like for the other 7 people if we signed him up and then he's like, yeah, I gotta go. I mean, like to me, I wouldn't care if we got DQ'd at the end. Maybe if we won. But we're gonna be in this lap.
Spending 24 hours to get the
Yeah, but I mean, like the only thing that's different is when the official result comes out. You change positions. Like you still get to race. You still know what place you got.
Yep, box in the slab.
I'll get it. We'll get it back.
Good to go with you.
Yep. I hope. This is an awkward situation right here. Still left. Clear. All I can think is that guy's really trying to get an extra lap of fuel.
Well, he was much further up the road, and then he just suddenly, like, dropped down the order.
Yeah. He's been in that group that was ahead of you, like the whole time.
Like, why fight so hard and then back off that much?
Shield. 4 tires.
I'd rather just have 3.
We got a spare on the rear, right?
I think so.
Okay. If we need it, we'll just pull over and add it.
Sweet.
Alright, buddy, box this lap.
Boxing.
Box, and pit confirm. He just went a little bit faster. That was a 40-second hold for him.
Fucking love the Ash 12.
Nice if Eric stays in the car. And then I can just follow him around. Just, you know. You know what I need to do?
I'm out.
Alright. Alright, return up. Your connection has improved. You may rejoin the race. That's crazy. I didn't leave it.
That's gotta be a bug right now in team races.
Wishoun, are you still watching via the stream?
I am. I trust Ricky. He's got it covered. Coke tires, Ricky. Coke tires.
You're nice and clear. I saw the TC at 5 also.
Get up to 6 real quick, but just for the beginning.
Just making sure you don't have any surprises.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Just gotta remember that this is P3 and 4 and 5 coming through.
Yep. He's pushing.
Come on.
Hey, you got a bit.
I thought he was gonna go one more lap.
Nope, he just wanted to slow us down.
Like, you're flashing your lights at me for 2 corners, man. I get it, you're in a battle for P3 and every second could count.
Yeah, but he's not that close. He wasn't going to get it in the pit stop.
No, not with that guy going long.
That's alright. You're going to reel this guy in. Guy went in hard. That was for position. It's a good recovery to keep him out of your bumper.
Into this guy.
Pretty sure you guys are gonna get Jacob. Good call.
I swear I wanted to get by it if I could.
Yeah, that's how you think about it. Just tuck in and
I was
get
like,
me in the
if,
break here.
yeah, I was like, if I get the run, like, okay, but
Nice. Oh, you found traction real quick. You good for a sec?
I'm back now too.
Sweet. I'm just dying to get out of VR.
Testing.
You here, Rich?
Yep.
Mr. Wishoun?
Nope.
Yeah, I
Other
know. I realized that you were back too, and I was like, oh, wait, hang on. I was just laughing about, like, compared to the practice that we were in earlier to now.
Way better track temps.
Yeah, way better track temps and everything. Like, I'm using 4.0 fuel and 17.7.
Yep. It's amazing what track condition and temps can do.
That turn.
guess Kevin decided to park the car. Proved his point.
He was 8 seconds ahead in first, and then they came in and pit, and I don't see him on the leaderboard now. So,
Yeah.
sure.
They're still there. So I guess they proved their point. Whatever they were trying to do.
Further testing.
Kevin.
I think they were. Or something.
Hibbs back. Jacob said, hey, you guys remember when you ganged up on me? I'm back.
What?
And the
Car behind.
BMW.
Did he send a message, or are you just saying he's like?
No, this still alive. Good choice, my friends. Enjoy the food.
Right.
You earned it. said he's out of here. I don't know how many you are in the server. He just said good luck with the race.
Yep. Let's see that.
Cool with you going by down the street.
Setting it.
Jacob, wait for me.
Good move.
Thanks, Kevin, for that one.
What'd he do?
That's what he did. That's what he did to me.
Oh, he go around the outside.
Yep, same turn, same thing. I was like, I'm gonna cover the inside, and he said, okay, I'll just go around the outside. I'm sorry. Use the trash back off that BMW though. That'd be cool.
Following through. Second one for 01.
Batted that first right-hander. uses all the track.
That's the key. How many exits do we have for this racing? 100?
Yep, it's 100.
Yellow flag.
Man, I'm gonna go pass out. Talk to you in a moment sometime.
Sweet dreams.
Gibbs, yep.
Barkov must not have been kind to him.
Alright, so you got 6 laps of fuel left.
Saving a little more the last 4 or 5 laps. Seeing if I can get the extra one. Because the pit entry, right, but like the pit stall's not till about like here.
Yeah. You have to basically just have enough throttle to be on the limiter. Otherwise, this thing burns a crap ton.
Should be fine for the extra lap. Like I'm at 20.3 right now, and I'm burning 4.05 average.
Yep.
Just at 4 laps right now.
Yep.
It'd be nice to get one back because we were like right on the border in the first stint, so we pulled in at 24.
Yeah.
No stint's really ideal to run out, but we figured the first one would make it a long race, so
Probably a good decision.
rally coming right now. Every corner I go around, it's just a dust cloud.
Yeah.
5 liters still.
Yep. You good for one more?
I got a tow. The car feels like great right now, and then I just know that you're gonna come back out first lap, and it's gonna be like, oh boy.
Absolute garbage. At least it doesn't feel as tippy-toey as the GTPs do.
Stay in front of me as long as you're not gonna pit.
Yep, box, box, box. Good stint, and just tickle the gas enough to keep it on the limiter. Alright, good work. Set any TC levels the way you want it for the outlap.
Yeah. Good call. Slam some water, get back out there, and do it again.
Yep.
The
Just
scariest
watch the
part.
exit. Yep, watch the exit. Alright, track's clear. You got one car coming up, maybe on you by the next corner.
He might be P40, but we're not gonna follow him this lap. Jesus. I slowed so much for that too.
Yeah. The understeer there on the outlap is just always stunning.
It's like you know you're being safe and you know you're slowing down a lot for it. But just from like 50 minutes of hitting it the same and however fast, you're just like, alright, I'm going plenty slow, and then you're still not.
Yep. Alright, just watch for the twitch through Blanchement, and then that should be your outlap.
Wild One is the new Ferrari Challenge car. I don't know if you've driven that thing,
No, I haven't.
but it's really fun. But I raced it here, and it's 4 laps before you can hit a Rouge flat out. It's so fast and has such little downforce that you just like, you do the first part and you go to turn right, you just understeer straight off to a off track, or to a slowdown.
Yeah. I think it's closer to GT2 rules now.
Yeah, I think it's like a GT2 basically.
Which, if they put those cars in here, it would be a freaking blast. The Porsche is like, again, 700 horsepower and basically the same aero as the road car.
Crazy. My wrist hurts so bad today.
What'd you do to it?
I mean, over the years, I broke both of them. And like my right one, like if you bend your wrist like up, my right one only bends like 10 degrees maybe of movement like up. But the left one broke that, like nothing wrong with it. I say that. It just pops every time I like move my wrist. Like it's like something gets stuck and pops all the time. So I'll just be sitting in rooms all the time and I'll just start popping my wrist and it's just super loud. But every now and then it's just like, it's just sore. I can't imagine why. It's not like I, you know, put my body through hell for 25 years.
Yeah. Yeah, you did motocross and I did stupid go-karting, which beat the living shit out of my back.
Oh, dude, that's like the sim rigs that I posted the picture of down there.
Yeah.
They're full motion, and but like they're just carbon fiber bucket seats. And I'm just like thinking, I'm like, they're gonna let me drive them, and I'm going to 100%. But I'm gonna be the only person in the summer in Miami walking around with a hoodie, because I sat in it, and I'm skin and bones, man. I'm 5'11", 125 pounds, and I'm like, I can just feel like pieces of my vertebrae like snapping off every time that thing moves. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna bring my own cushion for this. Every time I go like, public, yeah, every time I go public karting, I'm like, I'm so little, I slide around in the seats. When I get done, my hips are so bruised.
Yeah, I basically never ran padding in my seat. So,
Way
like
too
the most
much.
I had with I would have a rib guard on just to like stop, just try to
Yeah.
spread the load, but you end up just getting calluses on your ribs to protect your ribs, but yeah, your back would just be beat to crap.
My buddy
I
that's
remember.
racing Team 2 with us, he did karting. He raced dirt bikes and then he did karting for like 4 years. And he's like, dude, it's brutal still.
Yep. I have video of like my spine compressing like probably a good 6 inches over a curb that I would just welt every lap. I'm like, that's probably gonna fuck me over the future. I'm starting to feel it now. But yeah, beat the living crap out of myself doing that. Like the inside of my knees got absolutely obliterated from smashing them on the gas tank constantly.
Yep.
The weird one was the bruise on the backside of your calves. Or on your you would just get the tie rods welted up against them, and you wouldn't even notice as you're racing, and your legs are bouncing. And it's just, you finish the race weekend, and you're like, why is that sore? That didn't hit anything. Oh yeah, it did. Every single moment, it's bashing into a piece of aluminum. When I was really younger, I had to go to the sick kids hospital constantly for checkups. And they would be like, pull me in, you take your shirt off so they can start like checking things, and they're like looking at me with bruises all over me. My parents are like, can you explain your bruises to them so we don't have to?
That like in school when I was little. It's like I started racing when I was 3, 4 years old. Went to school and I would have bruises all over me, my shins, everything, and the teachers were like calling my parents like that was back in the good days, you know, like when they just called the family and said, hey, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, are you beating your kid? No.
And not child services, now CPS shows up and takes the kids and you're like, wait, what's going on?
Yeah. I gave them the really, really, really fun time. They got bruises out of it though, but just ask them, they'll tell you.
Stu, we're coming for you. We have tire grip now though. We can go a little deep and still make the corner.
Yeah. Don't have to give up on it completely just to stop the snap. I find this new tire model goes through like a lap 3-4 change though. You get like the first lap where you know it's crap. The second lap it's like, ooh, it's getting there. Third lap it feels okay. And then fourth, fifth lap it's like, I think I lost a bit. And then it just slowly goes back again.
I know that the first like 2 laps are brutal and qualifying like for officials like sucks, but I really like it. I've
Yep.
noticed a huge like difference in it when you actually like fuel save and like save the tire, and then you have way more at the end of a stint versus like just pushing it.
Yep.
It's much better. Because like for this, when we realized yeah it's 15 minutes, I'm like, that's fantastic. Like I would rather like almost shorten every race and do 15 minutes qualifying for every series, like official series.
Yeah. I think even just 10 minutes, but like you get all of 10 minutes, not just 2
Yeah,
laps.
usually 10 minutes is like 3-4 laps, most
Yeah.
tracks.
You just got rid of this guy. Now he's back again.
Yeah, he pit.
Yep.
I was hoping that whatever he did, like we pit and then had those out laps of pain, and then we were still right there with him. I was really hoping he wouldn't like fight it.
Yep.
But come on.
I can't wait till they finally figure out a way to do tire strategy properly in this, where you have to figure out how many sets you have for the race, because it'll
Yeah.
change the dynamics so much.
Yeah, that would be very nice.
Like, could you imagine doing this race and only having 15 sets?
Yeah.
Like, that would be a lot of, okay, when do we double stint? Do we risk a triple just to get it so we have good tires at the end that we can keep on going through?
I agree that that would be.
Or at least go back to the way they used to have the pits for series like this, where I think for the Spa they were allowed to fuel and tire change at the same time. But at Le Mans, like, put that back in where you can't fuel and tire at the same time. Because then you have to make the choice. Do you need tires? It's going to cost you another 20 seconds.
Like right now, you're maybe over the stint, maybe 5 seconds slower, maybe.
Yeah.
if that's good news or bad news, that's P29 ahead.
Yeah, good news.
It's like, it's a nice cushion, but then it's like, yeah, we're not beating very many people now. I'm good with it. I don't know when the last time I could say I was in P21 and gaining 58 iRating. That's I'm gaining 58 or the team is projected to gain 58.
I'm not sure. It always
Various
doesn't
races.
seem right.
I know that it's like the team gains it or loses it, and then basically like you all split it.
Mhm.
I don't know, like if Morgan's in the car, if it's like gonna be like, yeah, well he's 5K, so he's losing 10. I don't even care about any of that stuff. I just race. If I
Yep.
gain it, it's cool. If I lose
Pretty
it,
much.
I'll go back and gain it.
Only real officials I do are these ones. I did like 2 weeks of fixed GT3s just to figure out the new tire before we came into this. I did Brands and somewhere else just to feel it out. No, it was Daytona and Brands.
Like
Oh,
3
you did bring
seasons where I didn't do. I don't think I did any. And then it wasn't until like recently when I was like, you know, I should probably. It was like when you guys switched to doing classes by iRating.
Mhm.
I was like, you know what? I should maybe like get my iRating at least, you know, somewhat to match where I'm at. There's one that we do on Friday nights, and it was like 2.2K was the cutoff for AM class.
See,
And I'm like, well, I could race AM. When I first signed up for it, I'm like, I probably shouldn't race AM.
Yeah. I did a Radical series last fall, and they lumped me into the amateur class, and I was like running top 7. I was like, do I really belong in amateur
tu consegue me ouvir aqui não?
if I'm basically beating half the grid of the pros? Like we were having 45 car entries for Radicals. It was nuts. But the pace delta between the super fast and the super slow was like 6-7 seconds.
Yeah.
It got super dumb. Like one of the guys we had was Rasim, and Rasim is like one of Canada's best. And the dude, like I think he's 8K. He's friends with Swelu and all this stuff. Like, and he's just fucking fast. So he would be P1, and you're trying to just kind of live in his wake if you can, and then you catch somebody that's like 14 or younger that's learning, and it was like, oh my god.
Kong Legend Chan just connected. That's a name.
Yep.
Jeez, puppy. Puppy's going wild out there right now.
You got another 12 laps before you can sort about.
Fine. She'll be fine. Nope. That sucks.
Yeah. It'll bleed off pretty quick.
Yeah. This ain't a league race. We're blocking the track if we have to. Really wish anyone else in the house would see what was going on and why the dog's barking nonstop now.
Looks like he's gonna take a long to it, yeah.
Did he bump me? I swear it felt like he did.
No, he dropped 2 wheels into the grass.
It's like. I was kind of hoping 7K, like, you know, just be a good follow, have good pace. I can recoup here because I've lost a little bit. Thanks for the heads up, Chief.
right on 7 minutes of fuel, or 7 laps of fuel left.
These guys.
Yep. The ebb and flow, we're back at it at the beginning.
this point, I don't know if I just sit behind him and get the extra lap. I go for the pass and have to pit a lap early.
I would wait. Unless he's really holding you up. When did they pit last?
They're on lap 21 of 23, so they're gonna go long. 21 of 26.
Okay. As long as they don't come in right in front of you.
They're 2 laps longer than us right now, so they'd have to be a lap short, and I'd have to be a lap long, I think, too.
Alright, there's 2 laps till you have to stop. Alright, box, box, box.
Hey, there's an Audi on the right, on the relative. Box in the slot. Don't forget the pit limiter.
Set.
Oh, I can happily go pee after, make sure the track's clear for you. Oh, Hunter Lawrence is right behind you. Careful on the old outlap and all clear. He hasn't been on track yet either for any stints.
Okay.
It's just you and him with like battling and then no one for like 15 seconds ahead or behind on the track.
Yep.
For now. Oh, Jacob's coming out of the pits. That's that BMW. He was pretty quick though. Right now it's projecting 629 laps. So I think if we get 3 more, like 26 lap stints, then the rest can all be 25 and that'll finish like right at the end. That's assuming like if we don't go a lap down, you know, whatever, but
Yeah, we'll see.
yeah. I'm gonna go pee. I'll check back in here in just a minute. I gotta take the dog out. It'll be like 10 minutes.
Okay.
car is the left down.
I'm guessing that BMW Jacob O'Reilly, I'm guessing they had a little bit of trouble again.
Yep.
They're going fast. They've passed us 3 times. That turn you just went through, I hate.
I got into a good groove with it in my 3 hours of testing the other night.
I was gonna say something every time I fucked it up. And I was gonna say just don't do what I just did through there. Like, if you don't get completely over the curb with the left tires, like just stay outside of it. Don't try to like hug it because there's like a huge lip on the inside.
Yep.
And if you just catch it, it just spins and there's nothing you can do. No warning. It just grabs the wheel and spins it. And I'm like, I did it twice that last stint and I was like, oh, I was so mad at myself for doing that.
For me, it's No Name. It's my hate.
It's just my least favorite corner on the track. I always tell people it's like the stupidest turn. That's why they didn't care to name it. I know, like, Wishoun, he doesn't care for this track. Like, I think this track's, I think it's great.
Yeah, I went through a phase of not liking it too, but I've come to enjoy it. I think part of what made me hate it was part of one of the Porsche Cup Canada qualifiers one year, and it was disgusting what you had to do for that. It was all in time trial, so you had like
Yeah.
2 laps
People
of warm up. Yeah, it was just ridiculous.
I've signed up to do a couple of things. Like, I did the Racing Prodigy SR8 Radical Series.
Mhm.
The one that they just did for the, if you win whatever, you can get picked for whatever. I did VIR, and like, it was so much work. Like, to put it, I didn't even do the time trials because people were logging thousands of laps. And I'm like, I don't have the time to do that. I'll do the races. And I did like 5 races or whatever that you can do during the week, and I went like 2, 2, 2, 3, 2. And I just realized like there's so many races, and they don't even count every round. But like the guys that were doing it, there were guys that were 10K, there were guys, 9K guys, like.
Yep.
And the worst part was like there was no like penalty system. So like the first 2 laps, like I would qualify like 7th or 8th, and I would get 2nd because like people would just be wrecking people on the first lap. And like nobody drove, like it was like week 13 officials. And I'm like, this is ridiculous, but like I guess the way I saw it was like the guys that were like 10K and stuff were gonna do all the races, and they were always gonna win one of the splits that like they did. So I was like, unless you're getting a win every single week, like you're not gonna make it in the top 24. And after like 2 weeks, I was like 26th or something. But I had to put so much time into like practicing and racing it, and I'm like, nah. I'm good with that. Maybe like if in 2 years or something I got better at this, and like I can just like show up and do like 2 of the races and be like, okay, yeah, like this works, like maybe. But then I was gonna do Mercedes just had one that they did in the GT3, but it's again, it's time trials, and I'm like, I just can't sit here doing time trials as much as like some of these dudes do just to get 1 lap. And I'm like, I'm good. I'll just continue racing with friends. I want to get better, but I don't want to get better in 1 car on 1 track for 1 lap.
Well, you also find there's weird quirks, right? So when I did the Porsche Esports shootout stuff, it was like you had to learn the tire, exactly how it wanted to respond, what lap it was going to give you its lap, and all this. And like there was groups of like 7 guys all testing together, and I'm like, I'm doing it alone. It was like I would learn that once. Yeah.
As soon as it starts to suck. Anyways, you'd struggle.
Yeah, I'd struggle with like just trying to figure out what the secret was, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, you would start the lap and be like, okay, that lap was perfect, and I'm 7/10 off. Where? And then like you can run their ghost car so you can see it, and you're like, I can't make it do that yet.
Yeah. and then you go do, like you said, they have 7 people doing it. Like you go do 10 laps, 10 laps. It takes you 30 minutes to like drive it, do everything, and then they're getting 7 times that amount of data in the same amount of time.
Yep.
Used to do that like with racing and stuff. It's like, yeah, cool. We got the track to ourselves and it's fully prepped and it's like awesome. There's 5 people out here riding today and we're gonna do 100 laps. Like the track's not even gonna have any bumps on it. And it's like, I don't understand, man. Like we rode, like they haven't even ridden it. I'm like, okay, we'll go to an open practice day for a race. There's 80 bikes on the track at once, and those 80 bikes just did a 5-lap practice. That's 400 times. That's 400 laps that you would have to do by yourself to get those 15 minutes of practice that just went.
Yep.
Like, that's why you can't replicate it. Come on, Hunter, back off.
Yeah, I'm good with him.
Yeah, it's cool. He was in mine and Wishoun's race at Watkins. They were in the GTP, and we kept laughing because we were racing it on Saturday, and the motocross race was going on, and I'm like, how's Hunter in here, but he's out there. Every time you go by, I'd hop on the radio, I'd be like, Hunter. Nobody from tomorrow's team doing any driving at all tonight. He's going inside.
It was the most half-hearted commitment ever.
Yeah.
Was going to let him go, but never went.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it was like he dove, but then it was like he was gonna give you the spot. Oh. I hate when people do that, man. Like, if you're gonna pressure me like that, then I'm gonna let you go. If you want to sit behind and like you want to chill 2/10 back and like we're just driving, like, cool. I won't even look in my mirror. I'll just drive and trust that you're just chilling there.
Okay, can't make it any more obvious. I'm not gonna fight this. Like, but then he still has to come right next to me. Okay, the lights just changed immediately as I got off that curb. That wasn't shocking at all.
Yeah, I'm in like whatever custom blimp cam, and now all of a sudden I can just now see the headlights all of a sudden going around that turn. I just went and turned the brightness up so for the next stint. I think there's like 4 teams out here that have 2 teams in this split. like messing with bets.
What the fuck, Manuel? Just wait a good point, man. What the fuck, man?
Oh, I gotta go find that.
Side valve, bro. Side valve.
Oh, it's P15. He got lucky and saved it. P34 just gave P15 a nice little tap in the rear and spun him completely sideways. You could hear it on the radio, or if it was only in like the team
I
chat.
heard it.
I heard much of that. That's the first I've heard anybody get a little wild in here. Like a yo-yo, like slowly closing back in on the two Porsches ahead. You having fun yet?
Roads. There's a big gaggle of cars up ahead that I can see now.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like slowly chipping away at the two Porsches that are just ahead of. You got Hunter, and then there's like a Porsche, and then a gap, and then another Porsche, and it's just slowly chipping away at them. A weird situation where it's like the driving is fun, and it's just like, but also it's like the most boring thing. Just chilling, nothing's going on. You're just driving away, and it's like, fun yet? Well, actually, yeah, but
Yeah.
not a lot of entertainment. But yeah.
I get focused in on lap time and consistencies.
Yeah.
Did you get understeer late in the run?
Felt pretty good.
It might be with the track temperature coming down. We're starting to gain too much rear grip.
I was just trying to lift like off the brakes a little earlier, and then just allow the car like to rotate, and as I got straight, just back on throttle.
I mean, it's not the flat out stuff where it's understeer. Is stuff all set up?
Yep. All good. You want all the fuel, right?
All the fuels.
Final lap.
Yep.
Final lap before it's Groundhog's Day and you get to go back out and do it all again. About to make a pass for P6.
Huge stint.
This is the dude, he was running P4. And they had a wreck or whatever on the first lap out of the pits. And they did like a 4:15 lap time and they came back through. And passed us, like we were sitting still. And the gaggle of cars in front of us. Now here they are, like a pit stop ahead, 2 stints later.
Yeah. All right, filling.
Nice stint.
Thank you. All right. Remember, looks soulless as he stares into my eyes.
At least we're getting to the point of the race now, like where, maybe not yet, like where cars are, you know, overlapping. Maybe, you know, they're spread out so you actually see other people once in a while. Those guys must be coming into pit. Yeah, you're clear. I don't know if you were in here. Oh god.
Remember, the car has 0 fucking grip right now.
Remember, car is piece of shit. I don't know if you were in here when I was talking about that pit exit in real life when Nathan was just over there.
Yeah.
That's wild.
It's on track.
like right on the margin for incidents. Like incidents per hour.
Yep.
Your data.
Much identical to all my testing.
Yours were like pretty much the exact same, but a little bit better than mine. Front lefts were the same. 84, 78, 77 from left to right side. Right front, you were about 2% better than what mine were on the right front. Left rear, 1% better. And right rear, 2% better. But roughly 80% on the fronts and 85 on the rears. Seems kind of odd that the left front takes the most beating. Hold on to it, Jacob. I know those outlaps are tricky for you guys. Just he held on to it that time.
Yeah. How much longer till P3 goes in?
It could be 2 or 3 laps. They did a 27 lap stint last one, and they're on lap 20. They're on lap 25 now. don't have to flash. I see you. That's why I went way wide around that corner. To let you know
Exactly.
that you can go through. I understand you're laughing me, but I do know that that's not the optimal line through there.
Yeah. And also, I'm not letting you through into Eau Rouge and killing my whole
Yeah.
Dar straight.
I don't know if they swap drivers, but if this dude, if he goes 27 laps, then I think the Acura was the play.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he's running 216s. If he's running 216s and getting 27 laps,
Still tell Duley.
it's nuts. They could have had another guy in that was, because there was a while when I was looking and I was like, the guy that's like P3 is running 218s. Like, that's crazy. They're a minute and 40 seconds behind the leader. But versus even further behind the leader because or again, that's crazy.
And it's not like he's doing insane lift and coast or to get
Yeah.
there either.
Yeah, like I could do heavy lift and coast. Like the last 4 laps that I did were like 3.99, 3.92, 3.95. I could do that and get real close to getting 27, I think. I'm not 7, you know, not as good as that guy.
Exactly.
But like I couldn't do it doing 216s. I mean,
Exactly.
I can barely get to a 216 if I'm running flat out. I mean, I say that at the end I was running like 17.2, 17.3s,
Yeah, that's what I was
then
doing
using
too.
4.
I was using slightly more, but it wasn't like I was attacking either.
Okay. It settled. He did a 26 lap stint that time. But the guy before did a 27. That makes me feel better.
Should we tell Jacob he's got to sign a passport this time when he passes us?
Fuck. I'm gonna send him a message and be like, hey guys, how's it going? Are you guys passing us or are you lapping us? I can't tell.
It's like when you used to go to Subway, get the Sub Club card. Can I get my stamp, please?
There's no rewards for passing us multiple times. Let's see who wants to smash this guy.
It's not worth the fight because he's just going to spin in front of me again.
Well, I'll see him 3 laps into our stint. Into the next.
Yep. That was a little dicey for a sec. So much gravel. I love what the leaders are catching you and they're in the middle of a battle. That's not,
It's like, it sucks when it's like multi-class because they're doing it so much more often. And you're like, I don't want to get in the way, but like you just kind of move over or slow up and they just go right around you. And I'm just like, I won't throw it into a corner and like only let one go. I just slow up and I let both go.
Yep.
And it doesn't cost you much. But like, when it's your own class, it's like, it just drags on like forever because like you're still going. They're definitely going faster than you, but they're going like half a second a lap faster than you or something. So like, they're just like 3 seconds, 2.5, 2 seconds, like 1.7. Like, it just feels like it takes forever for them to get there. And then it feels like you have to give up so much to like assist them to get through.
yep.
And it's not like, you know, you're not in a three-car battle for position of your own.
That doesn't matter.
I always
Who
feel that way.
cares?
Like, I always feel that way when I'm like getting lapped by them, even if I'm battling for position or like if I'm lapping them. I'm like, brother, I understand you're battling for position, but you're battling for like 18th and 19th. Like, don't mess with the leaders. But it comes from my professional racing background, right? Like, it was just so annoying. I never wanted to be that guy. Like, it's like the worst thing you can possibly do is be the guy on TV that ruined a race because you got in the way of a race that you didn't belong in. It's like, look, I'm fighting for a paycheck out here also, and positions mean more money. But
Yep.
I get it. But I'm also like on the other side when I'm driving, I'm like, these guys are battling for position, so like it's not gonna be an easy. I'm gonna be cautious when I get there. Too nice. We bought the Porsche. I don't want to put any pressure on you or anything, but this puts us in the teens when you make this pass.
I've already been 19th.
It says we're 20 on mine. It's bullshit.
Yeah, I was 19th at one
Oh,
point.
what was 19? I forgot about that. Jacob was, you know. I don't know if I can count that up as a position, you know, that we gain or a position that we lose yet. I'm not sure.
Both.
They have arrived.
Yes, they have.
Fortunately, the gap is 1.2 back to P2, right? Like,
Yep.
not like he could get a good run and be bumper to bumper with P1, and it's like, okay, I'll let you both go through real quick, and then I'll follow you through the Porsche. Also got to be so hard for the leaders at this level. Let's look at it. Use 0.3. I know that dude's like screaming, you know, like, maybe not, but like, in his head, he's like, oh my god, get out of the way, this guy got out of the way for the leader. And it's like, in your situation, you're like, yeah, but the leader can't go anywhere. He's also stuck right there.
I helped him up the same amount, just so you know.
Yeah. Oh, I know. But yeah, it's like, Yeah, if I let you go, you're gonna be right here. But like the leader's not getting away because I let you by, or I let him by and not you. Like he's still right here, sandwiched. Don't worry. Oh man, you got 19 more hours to close the half-second gap.
It's gonna lose a ton of time right here.
Understand what iRacing did to the Porsche this season. And last season it was really good, like everywhere. But now it's like pretty much bottom of the list. Every bop, it's not even getting touched. Fuel, power, weight, like nothing. Last bit, if you're good. 19. I keep forgetting how late it is. And then I drove back from Miami this morning.
Where in Florida are you?
But
Where?
Tampa.
Ah, gotcha. That's a fucking
Central.
long drive.
Yeah, 5 hours. We racing round 1 Sunday
Yep.
night? Yeah, that's what I thought. I planned on doing that. So like, I'll race Sunday night. As soon as we get done, I'll drive to Miami. Gotta make sure I get the races in if I want to enter this drawing, you know.
Yeah.
Dude, the Micro Center wheel deals right now are crazy.
Feel your pain for the driving in Florida. I had to do an insane road trip in there once. I went from Miami to West Palm to Ocala back to Miami in one day.
I did that
It's fucking ridiculous.
last Tuesday. I went from Miami to Tampa, stopped for an hour, loaded the car up, picked up the wife and kids, and drove to Panama City Beach. Another 6 hours from my house.
Mm-hmm.
12 hours that day, and then Sunday I drove back from there, dropped them off, hopped in, did the 3-hour like race with you guys, and then got in the car and drove to Miami. I was there all week for work, drove back today. I just did like half day down there, got back, so that I could get some laps in, race this. And then Sunday I gotta drive back down, but I'll drive after the league race.
Lots of
Be down
fun.
there and then back. I'm down there for like 3 weeks for work right now, so. Which, I do the same thing, but less inspection stuff now than where I was before, so.
Oh, shit.
Oh, looks like.
No, this is old tire model. The rear tires will still be pissed. Oh yeah, if that would have been top split on my time slot, I would have been absolutely destroyed by those leaders coming through. There would have been no waiting. They would have just gone.
Yeah. Half of it though is like their pace. It's like when I race with Betts and them, and we're in, you know, the 20-second split, and I catch people, and it's like they're yelling at me like, I understand, you know, whatever, you're unlapping yourself, but can you do it safely or whatever? And I'm like, that was safe. I know that you like thought it was close and scary, but like, I'm going 3 seconds a lap faster than you. Like, it was safe, like from my perspective. The one video I posted going up the hill, that was not safe.
What do
And
you
I
mean?
saw an
Shooting the
opportunity
gap?
to send in. Everyone survived too, it was great. Justinus Bambulis,
Yeah, what a name.
41. I always see names like that. I'm like, I wonder where they're from, you know? And I'm like, I wonder if that's just like a common like name over there. But I've been a lot of places around the world, and I still see some names that I'm like, I ain't never seen that before.
I worked with a Chris Jones. Like, I couldn't have it any more normal name.
My buddy Brian, it's like, he changed his Instagram name to Black Brian, because everybody would always like, they would come over and I'd be like, yeah, just go ask Brian, like whatever, and everybody would be like looking around, they didn't know who it was, and I'm like, the poor guy, I'm like, his name's Brian Smith. It's just the most generic like white dude name of all time.
Yeah.
Like, oh, so good. We're doing on fuel, 9 laps. We gotta time the P brakes. Hola.
Hey, how's it going?
Going good.
Take a nap? Or did you just go to the kid?
No, I got about 2.5, 3 hours.
Trying to get rid of another one of those. I get one back tomorrow, but...
I figured you went for a nap after. It was like suspecting you
definitely.
around 10ish, and once you did show up, I was like, he's napping. He's doing the smart thing.
Yeah. I laid there for a bit. I'm like, I don't think this is gonna happen. And then I woke up and it was my alarm.
don't really listen to your spotter when he's saying that the gap is extending and the gap or whatever. It's just Jacob. We'll catch
Yep.
him.
I know.
It's a fake gap.
Yeah, so I pretty much have fired my spotter every single endurance because they're just stupid. So
Especially here with this section. I think everybody's crashing every time. Just coming through the extended pit lane.
At Watkins, I don't know why it did it, but randomly in the audio portion it was like the spotter headphones or output, whatever, was just disabled. It wasn't on my headset anymore. I thought somebody had clicked spotter the whole time, so like I just had no spotter. Nope. Wasn't that. That was just unfortunate randomness.
I like when you pass a guy, literally finish the pass, and then they're like, "You're losing on the car ahead." I literally just passed the car ahead of me.
Yeah, the gap was half a second, and now it's 8 seconds, because that gap that was there is no longer there because he's behind me.
Yep. I like in the league when I get the things are looking good. It's like I'm running 10th. Wasn't it 7.7 last lap?
Yeah. That was to Jacob, though. Jacob passed Hunter.
Is that
I think so.
He's got a race in the morning.
He raced, he was in the split with me and Richard at Watkins. Mid-race at Southwick, he was just sending it all day. This dude's really good. He's a really good talent.
He was gonna sim in the trailer, you don't know. Maybe he's Max Verstappen in the fucking motocross world.
Comes off, hops in for his stint.
Jet
Yeah, this
Hunter is a iRacing team.
It's like, the stint is only, or this moto is only 35 minutes. Like, you can do 35 minutes, 10 minutes for the interview, get back, your stint will be done, I can hop back in.
Yeah. Got to time it out though. You need an A250 rider to be offsetting when you're not on the track.
He's gonna be upset. I'm gonna have to go to the grocery store in the morning, but stealing her banana.
Make sure you peel it the right way.
You gotta hold the stem and peel it from the quote unquote the bottom. Then you have a handle to hold it by. Or did you want to see me peel it with my teeth?
No thanks. Also, you can't eat a banana directly facing another guy.
Actually,
just
stare
weird.
at the closest person while I do it.
Yeah, making eye contact.
Just look at him like, why are you watching me?
It's only weird if you break eye contact.
Yeah. I just whispered to him, "You into this?"
Oh, this is the slowest this guy's ever gone through here. Jesus.
He has a corner named after him on this track.
Dumbass corner.
One.
If that is the last name, you have to name your kid Tang. Last name first.
You get the good old substitute teacher. Is Poon Tang here?
That was a good segue from bananas to
Yeah.
Tang.
Yeah.
Okay,
it
good.
Gets weird after midnight.
iRacing
Run
After
anything.
Dark,
Yeah.
live on YouTube.
It's a track over here, right?
Somewhere. You haven't used any incident points, so I don't really think you're trying.
I used one on the first lap of this first indent.
Got it.
Nope.
Nope.
Zero.
Look at that.
I go, hold on.
We have to save them all because usually my
Wishoun will use
allotment
them all.
and yeah, Wishoun will use all of them. He's got his drive
Just
times
don't-
later.
Yeah, don't let him know that there's some to be used.
Unfortunately, he can see the numbers too.
I
so-
know. I don't remember which race we were racing. But it might have been at Watkins. And he gives me the reminder, he's like, hey, we're already at, he's like, I get an off track, and he said something about, you know, the limit that we have. And I'm like, yeah, it's still pretty early. I keep an eye on that. And then I get off the track, and I had 5, and he had like 18. Well, you're yelling at me.
Dude, we were at Daytona. What was it? After like 6 hours, we had 25. And
Yeah.
the limits to 50 there, right? It's
No,
like,
it'd been 100 for
was it 100?
a 24. It's usually always 100.
That's right. But
Might
it was
have
just
been-
like, man, we're burning points so early.
I want to go. I want to go back and find when he did the Brit Car 24 with me and Nickerson and another Jack in the UK. He had as many incidents as the 3 of us combined. It was great.
Did we do Sebring with like 17 total 1 year?
I think so.
It's so weird how like that happens. Like, it was only Fuji's only like an 8-hour or whatever. But me, Martin, and Nickerson did that. We won, and we had 6 incidents through the whole race. Like, every single race that we do, we get a drive-through from incidents, and then we race that, and we had 6. Who to go?
Apparently,
Sebring-
I needed
Sebring
all
this
the others
year-
here.
Sebring this year, Rich, we had 18 total incidents for the 12 hours.
Yeah.
$11 to Morgan, 4 to you, and 3 to me.
But I think one of yours was just the absolute stupidity too, if I remember right. You're just like, oops,
Probably.
I dropped the
Yeah.
wheel. Like, stop
In
thinking.
this. 4 of Morgan's is a dude spun right in front of him. He tagged him. I think we got rather lucky with that. They hit him pretty hard.
Yeah.
There was like 15 seconds worth of damage to repair, but on my screen when he hit him, the whole front end ripped off the car. And then he goes into the next corner and it all spawned back on the car. I was like, oh, thank you. What's happened behind there? I was just watching you, and you went into like that right left, and just as you were coming out of it, I hear a car behind you, and it sounded like the car was just spinning down the road. Just... I go back and watch, nothing, nobody.
Well, that's disappointing.
Yeah. Final lap.
You ready to go, Ricky?
Yep. Alright. These guys are close. I want to go cockpit view for the last lap here.
I'm watching too if something happens,
Alright.
so go for it.
Get the eyes to adjust to the track. I don't know how long the gamma and like brightness settings have been a thing. If it's just been since the last like lighting update and all that. But I wish I knew
Nope.
that a long time ago.
I used to have to use it a ton because my old monitors sucked that bad.
Mine are pretty good, but no, it's just so much nicer.
What do you set
Number-
them to?
Like -7 and -7 I think on the gamma and +7 on the brightness.
Gotcha.
I remember doing Suzuka and literally being like, I can't see anything. I had to jack it all to super high just to be able to see the track in the dark.
Me and Wishoun were talking about Silverstone is the worst track I've ever driven in the dark. It is ridiculously like dark out there.
Suzuka is too. Suzuka
I
is
could imagine.
super helpful when you have a car behind you because it lights up even more.
Yeah. That was us. We were in the Lambo, which is like the worst lights ever on a car anyways.
Alright, boxing. Thank you.
Nicely done. There's no rain right now, so I imagine you can make it around this 180. Last year, after it stopped raining, we were all on slicks, but that was still wet. Nathan spun out and like got the car Austin Powers in there. And luckily, I'm in. Luckily, the dude like 3 seconds behind him also did it, hit him, knocked him free, and then when he got stuck, the guys behind him like just stopped to wait for him to get unstuck, and the dude was stuck for 2 minutes. He refused to tow the car. He was just trying to get it unstuck, and there was just a line of cars just waiting.
You're clear.
Betts is behind me.
That's badass.
I'll let you go.
Rich, I did try to update and populate your live strategy stuff with in laps and race times
Okay.
and stuff. Not sure what you're doing out to the right, but I see you moving out there now.
Yeah, because our time goes over a 60 and occasionally bugs up, and I have to go like that.
Gotcha.
But
I recognize that Daniel D. Roberts name from a bunch of other endurance races.
Hibbs, what's your opinion here? Should I go for just getting the 26 laps, or
don't even worry about it. Like, we're 7 minutes to the bad right now.
there were 5
Yeah,
minutes? It was 55 when I came out.
Yeah, I try to do it on time in because that's when you're basically out of gas, not when you go out. So I did 2 58-minute stints in 48 seconds, almost identical. Morgan did a 58:44, and your stints to do 1 lap more were 101.7 and 101.4. So it's 3 minutes. Well, not even. It's
Got one on your right.
I just didn't know. I was looking like time is probably better to look at than laps, right? I was like,
yeah,
doing 6:27, so
yeah. And the
what is
pace
the
is
lap
going to
breakdown to get that?
the pace is going to be faster now too. Like, leaders are doing 16 flats right now, so
Well, then I
you'll
should be
probably
doing
break into the
15s.
18s. You'll probably break into the 16s, and so your total stint time will actually be shorter, but the same amount of laps, which won't help. Right now we have what the last stint is 0.6 of a tank, so I'm happy with it. You like my projected time is within a second for the average lap time?
Yeah.
Mr. Danny D. Roberts. I'm going off of your iRating. That's not like from TCRs or something, and that you're actually good. So show me the way. That bump in that right hander's brutal.
Yeah. You should drive it with the Acura. I feel like it's barely noticeable in the McLaren. Driving it with the Acura so much.
Yeah, I remember the first Saturday or first Sunday we did here, and I was in the Mercedes. And you're like, that bump is horrible. I'm like, bump.
That's the only weird spot. But I found like short shifting before you turned in like seemed to help alleviate the jumpiness of it.
Just like an awkward spot. I feel like if you get closer to the curb, like on the inside of it, it's good. But if you like go straight over it, it's like the rear wants to get loose. But if you're a little wide of it, then the front just pushes. It's hard to stay out of the gravel.
Car in front's on an out lap.
Stay away and Blanchimont. That's awesome.
Slow.
No. I'm gonna send him a message to say sorry, I can't read.
When do you have to drive with the next gen crew?
Tomorrow, I'm gonna drive, start it tomorrow at 8.
Gotcha.
I'm not gonna drive again until like 1 a.m. or something so that I can just take the whole day, hang out with the fam while I'm home.
Who's all driving that one?
Me, Vince, Ray's gonna race with us.
Okay.
My buddy Schwartz, that kind of just got back
John?
into racing. Another Schwartz.
Gotcha.
And then Martin is maybe racing. Not sure. He might have to go to Michigan, so he's like, I don't know yet. Trying to let me know by 7:30 or something. That'd be
Right.
nice.
Kind of the deadline on that notification.
Yeah. I was like, if you're not sure, we'll leave you off. So I'll send you my login. I'll take your stints and you can just race the last 3 hours. Just me.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go grab some sleep.
Yep. Sounds good.
That was great.
See you in a bit.
Yep.
So,
Yep. That's one of the toughest things of all this is trying to go to sleep short periods of time at random hours of the day.
never fails like when the people that are like night shift are like they're just hanging out all day and you're like, hey man, you gotta be up for like 5 hours tonight, right? We tried to do it when we had like 6 people, like 3 people take the first 12 hours and then the other 3 take the like last 12 hours and just completely split it.
Yeah.
But then it always works out like Harvin works 4 on, 4 off, and he rotates nights and days.
Ugh.
So then he's like, yeah, I can only drive at this time. And then my buddy Schwartz is like, with the wife and kid, he's like, yeah, I'm pretty much only good for like nighttime. And then somebody's like, yeah, I'd prefer to drive at nighttime. It's like,
Somebody's gonna have to drive during the day, so.
me and Gray will hammer out the daytime, I guess. Benson's going to work like Saturday tomorrow morning till like noon.
Gotcha.
Like, yeah, we'll figure it out. Who's next? Who's ready?
It's all 6 of us are sitting here. Who's going next?
I'm in the pits. Someone push remove driver. I don't care.
spotting thing isn't too bad with single cars and class. And the field spread out.
Just hanging out as a safety net.
Yeah.
So like we usually end up just doing like single stints.
Yeah.
One, so that like the person hanging out, like they just rotate back and forth, and like you don't have to sit there for 2 hours or whatever. But I'm like, it's also for the drivers, cause like, it's like no offense to them, but like you struggle to keep it together for 40 minutes in league night. That having to do it for 2 hours, like.
I mean, it's a
I mean,
enough skill
Yeah.
to keep focus for that long.
Like even me still, like I notice like halfway through my second stint, like my lap times or like the pace just isn't there, and I'm like, all right, yeah, I gotta
Refocus.
lock back in, cause
Yeah.
especially when it's like, you know, this at least I have somebody I'm chasing and someone behind me, but sometimes you get out here and you're just by yourself, like.
Yeah. It's keeping your mind on point when there's nothing going on around you. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the singles. It's just the doubles. It's like usually the drivers then warm, like so they're understanding the current layout, so it's not constantly changing, so reacclimating, and then it's giving those drivers that aren't in the cockpit more time away.
Yeah, I'm always fine with either one.
Like you said, if you had the right combination of people and split shifts to where, you know, half are running one, so basically it's just a 12-hour for each group.
gravel around the inside there.
Yeah.
No. Oh.
That's it.
It's getting impatient with the Ferrari.
Yeah.
It's like, alright, if I'm 0.3 and you're not gonna let me go, how close do I have to get? I guess I'll just stick right to you, and then... Shit, Jim, did you see what happened? It's like when you watch an F1 race and the guy crashes and he's like smashed in the wall and like, can you get it back to the pits?
Yeah. It's like, did you look at a monitor?
Don't think so. Yeah, send the tow truck. At first right-hander, man, sometimes I keep it in third, sometimes I shift to fourth. Like, I never feel good through that thing.
The lap car up ahead got back around the
I was gonna
guy
say,
on our
that's the
lap.
ahead is pretty quick, like everywhere except for the last chicane.
Yeah. Car out to your right. Clear.
Buddy. You got scared.
Nice little moment. Back a couple cars watching Sebastian trying to clear the black car. careful up here. They're hitting already.
These two must have beef, man.
I know. Be careful with it. Them work it out.
You know, 1 lap to pit, so.
Yep. I think that car out in front now is on that Merc is on an out lap. So. Slow through here.
The McLaren in front of us should be pitting this lap also. We've been pitting every time with them.
Actually, yeah, it's like on the same run plan at the moment. Pit stop, there you go.
Maybe they forgot.
That'd be nice. They have been right behind people the whole time. Maybe they were saving a bunch on that one.
Maybe I only got 24 laps.
Step. Cold tires.
This never gets any less sketchy either.
No, to be clear.
The leader should be on my ass by the end of the lap.
Yep.
Perfect. were down to 80. They're lasting a lot longer. Of course you did. They're not our fight. Watch me. He did the fastest lap. Cool. .4 up to Mr. Higgins here.
Yep, he's on an out lap.
Hey, where are you going? Come back. You're supposed to give me the tow through here.
Should still be in it.
It's on the right.
On the right.
I guess when I went around the first turn, he was to the left. Those guys have had a rough race also. I've seen them a lot. Respect for sticking it out, because they gotta be quite a few laps down.
6 laps maybe? 7?
I love seeing coming around that corner and seeing a slippery surface.
Yeah.
hoping to clear that lapper and into the chicane a little better. Just to get a little better drive through it. But I think we'll keep enough draft. We'll be alright. Behind us and the Mustang is flying.
Yeah.
I get that he doesn't have the fastest lap time, so the guy out front's probably going faster, but they wrecked and were so far back. Ended up like getting by Morgan probably 3/4 of the way through his second stint for like actual position.
Right.
This McLaren in front of us, it's just been our driving buddy since the start of the race. Got it. The leader's pitting now.
Yeah. Well,
Mustang.
they just disconnected.
Okay. That's even okay. Yep. I'll say that's even scarier. I thought he
Now he's
spun out or
back.
something.
Now it was just, I was watching from his point of view and it just went black screen. He's coming.
We'll get him when it's time. We'll get him when it's time.
This guy's just gonna cause an incident, so let him go.
If he loves me, he'll come back to me. This guy does, 'cause definitely go quicker than him. But
Yeah, no need to force anything right now. It's close on pace. He's back.
scary.
Yeah. car in front of him was on an outlap.
It's blinking so bad now.
Yeah. His ping doesn't look bad. It's just got to be something with him.
Yeah, that's right in front of us.
Yep.
Oh, that was sloppy.
Nice, John.
Try to stay far enough away to keep away from the toe. A guy in the bus stop again. So weird being behind someone for so long and like they're your reference.
Yeah.
It's fine that they're sitting behind them. I was saving so much fuel that I was gonna get 26 laps easy. But I was like, if there's an easy opening, like I'll take it. But I'm not gonna try to force anything.
Yeah. Yeah, no point. It's 16.5 hours. It's so easy to do though.
I got baited by the green delta.
Well, you got a gap of directions. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. Okay. All good.
fastest lap ruined by P40 with a damaged car.
That's right. Should get him here in the draft. Clear.
BMW friend. Those poor guys. Is that our other team in front of us? Maybe Jones? They steal your livery?
Oh, I don't know. It's similar colors.
Seconds, 8.5 next week. Every time. We let P26 through, but then cut back in front of P17.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I was 4/10 up on my fastest lap too.
Enrico might speed up. He was just pitted 2 laps ago.
The guy right in front of us, he just pit 2 laps ago.
Right, yeah, that's what I mean, and not the guy right in front of you.
Yeah.
That could be why he's holding the pack up a bit right now.
Yeah. Laps to go. Our wrists are sore. I can't wait for tomorrow.
Today.
Yeah, today, later.
Not giving it.
Just wanted to let him know that I could if I wanted to, you know, but. Probably Renner in the pits. Hang on, I still got one more tricky turn.
That's true. The toughest one on the track.
Get me out of this car.
Nice 10, Tricky.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
After the first, like, lap, the temps and everything, the first lap is pretty good. I'll send Ray a message and say, we're gonna one and done it at noon. Might anyways, because of Martin's situation.
Gotcha.
Let's talk about it. Just be built different. I couldn't imagine doing that.
I don't think so.
I had to make my last lap of the 24-hour an interesting one. You know, send it down the outside of a guy, but had to get the adrenaline pumping before I go to bed. I mean, I went for it the first lap. I thought he was just gonna give it to me. And he didn't. He fought back. So the next time I just had to make it stick.
Yeah. Cold tires.
He's hitting this lap or next lap. Oh, never mind. I thought they went lap. He's on lap 20 of 24 on his stints. Yeah, still the same. Feels really good. I also think just driving it on 37-degree track temps for 2 hours before this started was helpful. It was demoralizing, but helpful. Yeah. I was over in Pitball Discord with Betts and them when I got home. So I was like, I was driving over there, and Rich came over. Well, Wishoun, and I was like, dude, I was like, I'm pretty sure they already signed up, but I should just tell them not to let me fucking race. And then he came out there, and I was like 218 threes, and then he was like, I can only get a 218 1. I'm like, I feel a little better now, but I had 0 seconds of repair time. That's a plus. Due to our friend Jacob and the BMW, I was a higher position than where I started, like, positives. I'm only still here because I'm waiting for 3 minutes just so that I can say that we're officially a third of the way through. I'm gonna look right now. I think 22 people behind us, I think. Oh, unless that's a new person. Yeah. I think that they both have the same car, though. Yeah, it's the one behind us. I knew they were behind us because the guy crashed when I was out there. But I didn't recognize the driver because this is his first stint. Yeah, Jacob and Sam have both crashed, like, I don't know, every stint they've wrecked. They haven't wrecked the car, but they've wrecked every stint. Me and Hibbs were talking about it. We were laughing, and he's like, dude, they're gonna need to like stamp a passport every time they come by. He's like, this isn't like the Subway foot-long, like the Subway club card where every time you come through you get a stamp on it. It's like, at this point, I don't even know if it's a position gained or like a position lost. Like, we keep passing them, or they keep passing us, but then we just go back by them. I don't know. I think it was you. It's like, yeah, but they'll figure it out eventually, right? Right? Oh. I was tucked in behind a guy for 3/4, like 2/3 of that stint, probably 2/3 of it. And I was like, all right, I'm just gonna do 26, and then finally had an opening and got by him. So then I was like, all right, we're just gonna send it. I was like 0.2 short, or like probably 0.1 short. I just don't like, because the pit lane uses so much fuel, and then it's around the corner down the next straight, so like when you're crossing the line, like it's sketchy. You gotta be like probably 4.4 liters. I would say it's probably like most of the time, like if you don't have any like damage or anything like that, whatever plan you're on, if there's a splash and dash at the end, it's probably not going to cost you a position, because most people are going to be, that haven't had damage or something, are going to be on that plan. But like if someone can do 27s every time, that one person might gain positions, but it's like me and Rich, when we did Watkins, we were the only guys getting an extra lap every stint, and we're the only team that didn't have to splash and dash at the end. And we ended up actually, like, we won because, well, say we won because of that. If we went flat out the whole time, it probably would have been close. But those guys, they were flying, and they were definitely ahead of us, but then we won by 20 seconds because they had the pit with 3 to go, and we didn't. But it's easier to plan stuff like that for a 6-hour. Like, you start losing 3/10 a lap just to get an extra lap every stint in a 24-hour, and then you eliminate one full stop, but for 24 hours of the race you were losing 3/10 a lap. That's a lot of time. That's 200 seconds. I think in like these splits that makes more of a difference, because if you're competing for a win in these splits, because those guys are running consistent laps every time. Where like, if you're in the 3Ks or something like that, if you can run, if your fuel saving lap is 3/10 slower than your normal lap, it's like, it's not 3/10 every lap. If you're running a 2:17.0 every lap versus a 2:17.3, okay, but like half the time we're like 17.3, 17.5, 17.4, 17.6, like. It's like when you race against Kevin, you realize, like, I tell Beth all the time, he's like, this dude's only 3 seconds ahead of me, and I'm like, for at 1.2 KI rating, like 3 seconds ahead is a close gap, is not a very big gap. But when you get to 8K, if you have 3 seconds over somebody, you're like, yep, see you later, bro. Yeah. Is that Mustang? Oh, okay. That Mustang is in P2 right now. Or P3, they're P3. Between pit cycles. Yeah, between pit cycles, they're like P6 to P3 in that range. So they're somewhere in there. They're on their 7th lap on this stint, and the leaders are about to pit next lap. So I'd be curious to see where they are. Positions gained, is that on, like on the stream? The iRacing control stream? Need to put it up. Oh, okay. I was like doing the math over here in the results tab, but 53rd to 8th. What's crazy is their 3 teams are 7, 8, 9, and they started 24, 53, and 18. They're all, they have 1 performance racing, 1 performance X, 1 performance racing. I think so far, especially, well, at least the last 2, this and Watkins, like, the bop's been really good. Yeah. But I mean, it's like not only different cars, BMW, Porsche, like a Ford, an Audi, and a Merc. Like, you don't really see an Audi very often. So I'm always like, either just pick the car that feels the most comfortable and hope that they get the bop right, or when the initial bop comes out, whatever car is the best, you just drive that and stick to it. Like, it's gonna get hit, but odds are it's just gonna be balanced with everything else. It's over a third of the way. Best of luck. I'll see you guys in a few hours.
Sounds good. Good luck on the next one. think so. What happened? Is that burned? Was that burned? Car behind us? Yeah, I think it would have been. Maybe not the endurance layout. Not that those layouts should be any different. Nice. Oh, that's good. Oh. Oh. Gotcha. I just assumed that's why it feels different then. It does. I mean, I think it would be fine for it. It will cost extra time in the pits, though, I believe. Oh, does it? I know it's night and cooler track temps, but I'm like, it definitely feels different than the V2 set that I ran earlier today with night practice. Just a little slower. I mean, you can definitely tell it has more grip than what the 5.5 wing has. I wouldn't change it for me, but if you want it, I think it's fine. The gaps we have now, I mean, playing it on the safe side isn't a bad way to go about it from here out. Especially as we just keep going now, it's gonna get, track temps will just get warmer again and we might want to switch it back. Plus, I think with the more rear wing, I think it'll be more stable if you're in the draft. Cool.